So, hello to everyone. Today I will write a couple of tests, especially tests for BLoC, data sources, and drift. And I want to mention, first of all, I want to mention that I don't know how to write tests, the migration test for drift. That is why we will try to read documentation and follow the documentation, what it says. And after that, we will write a couple of tests and all other things. Beside drift, everything is good. We will write a couple of tests for them. So that is why for writing tests, especially for project that we are writing right now to this, we have to first of all we have to need a couple of packages. That is why required packages from Flutter test is this one, and I guess that it's already set by default in a project, in any project that you create with Flutter create. So that is why we need to install another package that calls mocktail Flutter. We'll see, because there is two packages which was written by Felangel, which is the author of BLoC, and another package name is Mockito. Yes, it's a Dart Steam package, and I guess that it uses build runner, but the previous one doesn't need any build runner like code generation things. It doesn't need anything like that. That is why you can use both of them. It's good. Both of them are very good packages. But I will use this Mockito because I used to write some packages before, some tests before. That is why I will use this one, because I always use this one. So the previous package that I showed you, it's exactly the same, but it's that one doesn't need any code generation. That is why. Let's take it. Okay, our Mockito is already added, so that is why we have the folder tests. And first of all, let me explain that there is two kind of I would say ready code for testing. I would say, for example, you have some kind of interface, and you will write tests for them by yourself, like mocking them. That is why there is two kind of testing, like mocks and fakes. Mocks and fakes, I would say, for example, you don't have any backend or something else, you can use mocks. For example, you want to mock some feature, some specific function, and you want to return some specific thing, that every like possible thing that you want to return by this Mockito, and mocking them. And there is a fakes. Fakes, it's a kind of implementation of interfaces, I would say, that already has some implementation inside some functions, and you don't have to like need any packages, build runner packages, like excuse me, not build runner, like code generation packages like Mockito, for example. You have your own implementation for your mocks, fakes. It calls fakes, so you can use them, and like you can fake them. For example, you don't have any backend, and client wants to see what kind of feature it has. You can create your own face and use them. It means that it represents the backend side. For example, you want to return some specific length of list for some specific list in your UI. So that is why. Let's create. I would say that creating tests should be exactly the same as lib inside library. So there is src common features. So that is why we will go and start to writing some couple of tests for database helpers. We'll not touch app database, we'll not touch migrations. So we'll not touch migrations because, as I said previously, I don't know how to write tests for migration, but possibly in a future videos when I learn migration, how to write proper tests for migration, I will do that. But right now it's not necessary, I guess. So we have database helpers. That is why we'll go and create some folders for that. CRC. So another package calls another folder calls common. As I said, like our already created folders, like common and features. So then after that, we'll create database here, database. Inside database, we'll write helpers. It represents our database helpers. And if you want in the future to create some specific, let's delete this one. So, okay, some specific migration tests we will add our migration tests inside database. So let's write to-dos database helper test. Okay. Then we don't need any testing migration. I was learning the demo, so that is why. We need this one. Okay, so that is why, because of that, I created some kind of helpers which takes app database, and in order to test our to-dos, what kind of this kind of helpers like to-dos, we'll select them, we will create them. In order to do that, in order to test these functions that call database functions, it's like queries like this one, we have to mock our we have to create temp app database and inject our database inside to the database helper. So we will create void main. Excuse me. So let's go. I just opened my window. Sorry for that. So that is why we have to create, first of all, our database. So there is setup and tear down. It means that every time when we will test any test, every time when new test will start, we'll set that specific setup function will work. It means that every time, once again, every time that the new test will start, doesn't matter, it's inside group, like every time, whenever, like new test will start, this setup function will work. But every time when that specific test will just finish, the tear down works. For example, there's another type of function that calls setup all. It means that will call once for all functions, for all tests. That there is another one that tear down all, which means it will be called once after all tests will pass, for example. So that is why we will create our app database, which is our app database here. And we have to do something else. We have to add our drift as drift, and we have to say the drift some kind of options we have to add for that. Options database drift runtime options. I guess it's not what I want. Options drift database. Let me see the okay, we'll do that later. So then after this we have to something else. Well, I guess that it's enough to create only one database for all, I guess. So that is why let's go do something else. Late final to-dos database helper. Then set up all, which means it will be set up only once for all functions. And there is a tear down all, which means this function will be called after all tests will pass. So app database is our app database with a specific connection. Like for example, if you notice there is a custom which use our drift database, it's the configuration for our specific database, local database for our phones. It will be used for all our entire application once it's initialized. So that is why we have to send specific database connection, drift database connection. So it calls native database in memory. So in memory it means that it will be saved temporarily. Whenever our app database is closed, this memory will be cleared too. So after that we have to initialize our to-do database helper, which is our database helper, and logger. Then we have to write some couple of tests for our to-dos database helper. So let's clear them all. Add table, so I open this one. So we have to write this one. So we will write group okay. So I guess that we don't have to write any group here, because we will test only creation, deletion. So that is why we have to test to-dos database helper. So to-dos creation and update, not update, I guess it's create and to-dos and create method tests, create methods test. then we will write this like this one, and we have to write tests. So what does the documentation say here? Yeah, exactly same. So we'll go and do some kind of to-dos database helper, create to-do, create to-do. We'll first of all we have to create some specific fakes, I would say. That is why we have to go and create here fakes, and call them to-do fake. So that is why here final fake to-do fake to do is equal to some specific created to do, which is already will be created for us. We will not use everywhere specific like for testing, but this one will be used as test. It's good for now. So fake to do, we have fake to do, and then after creation we have to check final is to do created. So it should return expect. We have to expect that is to do. We have you can use like in two way. So is true. So let's check them. Okay, like let's go check this, like this one, Flutter test. So the path of our, I don't know why it's not, why the terminal is not helping for me, like when I write, for example, like Flutter test, it should show me the path of my specific file, but it's not showing. Maybe it will work in your IDE. So let's test them. So all tests passed, so it's good. So that is why let's just check. We tested this, it's working pretty fine. Then after we have to check our to-dos database helper, to-dos, which takes user ID as parameter, and we have to send our user ID to that. So look, because of that, our fake to do, our user ID is temporary here, but it should be required because user ID is required by default. Whenever we are creating user ID, we have to send them. So, okay, user ID is using here, database, user ID, table data user ID, is 1 by default. I'll use that. So we have to get to-dos. So I guess that we have to create group here. So to-dos and create to-do. Is it to-do? Create to-do methods. So here we'll write that to-do and create methods should successfully create, then return data. Return created data by correct user ID. Like this one, our test should look like. So then we have to check whether our expect that our to-dos is not empty, and then check that expected to-dos first, like first user ID matches to our fake to-do user ID. That's all, I guess. I don't know why it's not working, stucking somewhere. I didn't find the solution for that red error thing, but I guess that we have to run our test from here, from terminal. So our test passed. So there is another test for exactly the same methods, but we have to check. Successfully create, then return empty data by incorrect user ID. So fake to do will be created with the user ID, user ID is 1. Then we will get the 3. It should be is empty. That's all. So let's test it once again. So all tests passed. So that's right, that's good. So there is another update to do. So let's see how we can test it. Delete to do ID. Should successfully return delete, update to do. Okay, so we will write another group update method, like test for update method. That is why I said that our group is to do database helper. I write that we will test to do's and create methods, but in this group I have said that we will test update method. So our test is about what should it do. So we have to update to do, then see whether is done parameter is true. So first of all, is done parameter property should be true after update. So that is what we want to test. So we will write test. First of all, we have to expect that our fake to do's is done, is false. Yeah. Then we have to go I guess that it will be, we have to create them. First of all, yeah, we have to create that. Then after creation, we have to check whether it's created, expect that it's true. Then we have to fake is done, we have to check whether it's done. So our to do, so what should we do? So we have to get our to do. So we have to get our to do and check that to do's to do. So we have to expect that our to-dos is not empty. Then we have to check then it's not empty. Expect that the first to-dos first is done is false. Then we have to go and update that. Final update to do database helper update fig to do. Okay, expect that update also worked good, is true. Then after that we have to once again get to do's and check that this one is done. Yes, is true. So let's check. Our update is working. No, it's not working. So it says that database helper update method is done properly. Should be true after update. Okay, expected true, but it's false. Where it is? So here. So let's check once again then. So final, we have to update it to do. We have to do something like this one. Fake to do, copy with, is update, is done, is true. So did we write is done is false? Yeah, without this one. So updated to do, we have to send this one. Let's check once again. All tests passed. Yes. So there is another test. You have to check delete to do. Why I'm writing the reason that I'm writing group update methods. For example, if you want to write another test for especially for this update method, you have to write other tests inside the group. So for example, you wrote a test for update to do, yeah, and in this section you want to return some exception or some, but you can't do that right now. For example, we can use only this one because we are testing only app database. So that is why. let it be here. So let's go and write another group. Because of that, we are testing our to-dos database helper. After that, we will test our user, delete user and create user. It will be exactly the same as this one, but we're not stuck on it. We'll not dwell on it. Just that is why we have to just continue. Delete method. Okay, let's go and write test for delete method. So should we do it? It's delete method, yeah. Function delete method should successfully delete created to-do. Then we will go into some things here. Okay, wait. We have to first of all create. Okay, we have to create our to-do. You know what? That is why we have to do something else. Setup. It's better, I guess, to use setup and tear down, because every time when we want to create our database, like every time it will be empty database, I would say. So that is why we will close, create new database, close for every test, like for this one, every time when the new test starts, like this one, for this one, for this one, for this one test, this tear down and setup functions will work every time. So that is what the previous one, setup all, it works once for all these tests. Exactly the same for tear down all. It's exactly the same like that one. So that is why just we will create let's test first of all, but it's worked pretty fine. It's not working good. Yeah. Okay. I guess like something like this one. Maybe. Check. Yeah. So what should we do? We have to create, and we have to check whether everything is created pretty good. Then after that we have to delete the final delete. Wait to do database helper, delete to do, fake to do ID. The ID, then expect that delete is true. Then after this kind of expectation, we have to check that to this is empty. Yeah. Let's check. Let's pass. That is what I wanted to say. This kind of test is necessary for writing some tests. Do you know what? That a lot of people might not write some tests. They don't write any tests. But I would say that test is necessary. For example, you wrote some code, and you want to just note yourself. You want to explain yourself the specific code for the developer or maybe for yourself after 3 years, maybe. Yeah, you come back, or you after 1 year you come back, and you will not understand your code, what is doing here, the specific piece of code, And that time, when you take a look at your tests, you will see that that specific piece of code, what represent that specific code, you will see there. So tests is not about just I have a phone, I have a mobile phone, like I'm, I'm testing my code with my phone. It doesn't mean like this one, that you have a phone, just that's enough, or you have a testers, that's enough. This tests means that you are explaining yourself, you're explaining some other developers what you wrote here. So that is why tests are necessary. All of tests are necessary. That is why always remember that if your company or if you're the place that you're working have time for writing tests, or it's necessary for your company, that is why it's good. You will learn how to write tests. So that is why there's a lot of people out there that don't write tests. Don't run tests. Also, they don't use, as I mentioned in the previous video about IOC, like dependency inversion, how to use dependency inversion of Flutter and Dart. But most of them, I've seen some people that say that Dart doesn't have any dependency injection, but it's not true. So that is why I guess that there is any programming language that use OOP, like objects, classes, and constructors, that everywhere there's a dependency injection exists there. But instead of using dependency injection, they use like some kind of patterns like service locator and some kind of things. Which is, I would say, service locator is good, but it represents, it works exactly the same as singleton pattern. As you know, singleton pattern is like some kind of instance that exists for entire project. Like when you initialize that, it will be like the same instance will be used for entire project. So that is why single service locator works as like this one, the most famous service locator in Dart. It calls get it, maybe, if I'm not wrong. But I would not recommend it to use like for the big projects. So, but it's very famous. Yeah, it's very famous. Its documentation also says that the simple service locator, do not compare that with dependency injection. Dependency injection, it's everything that injected through constructor. That doesn't matter whether it's classes constructor or maybe functions constructor, excuse me. Doesn't matter. So it's better, I guess, that it calls pure human dependency injection, something like that. I do not remember that. Pure man injection, like this one, injection. Poor man DI, yeah, poor man DI. It calls like this one, poor man DI, like this one. So, poor man DI. Poor man's DI. So, whatever it calls like this one, it means poor man's dependency, poor man's dependency. Well, yeah, it's the simplest way to inject your dependence through the constructor, like this one. So like this one, I mean. So let's go and create our test for our create user and delete user, which is not too much, I guess. User database helper test. So we have to initialize our app database. In memory we have to save that. In app database we have to close that. So it has some kind of close stream synchronously. Yeah, we have to write this one too as well. So then we have to write group group. So we are going to test. What are we going to test? So create user. So user database helper. Okay. Then if you are going to test only once, no, we have to test. We will write a couple of tests for them. So another group, create method. Test function or method, just method should return user if user exists by email and name, and we'll see with the name email is by email, name, surname. So excuse me. So we have a user database helper, which is our app database. That's fake user. So ID is one, name is test name, test email, and surname is test surname. Excuse me for my neighbors. They're making some noise outside with their car, engine of their car. So that is why, excuse me if you don't hear me properly. So final user wait user, create user with name of, if should return user if user exists by email, name, and surname. Should return, I would say method should return. So let's see. Method should return or create by should return create user by using email, name, surname. So that is why we have fake user name, fake user email, and fake user surname. And we have to expect that user actually is not null. So the reason why you're not able to use is not empty because of the drift and flutter test. This is kind of two functions, which was written exactly same as like is not null. That is why you can either use this one, either change the drift package like as drift. So or you can flutter test. You can change flutter test. So that is why drift is enough, I guess. So drift then is not null, is exist here. So user returns user model. What I want to show you, whether your function is synchronously works asynchronously. You can remove this user and right here completion is not null. It should work exactly same as. So that is why in order to run our test, we'll go copy test and write flutter test like this one. All test best. So it works like this one. Method will return or create user like name or surname. Another one is for testing or deletion. It's the deletion of user helper database. It means that if you have to-dos table, if you created to-dos table with specific user ID, then to-dos table should be cleared as well. So group delete method. So you will write test method should remove both user and to-dos table. To-dos table should remove both user and to-dos table. Should clear, maybe should clear, should remove, should clear, should remove all data from user and to-dos table. Should remove synchronously. First of all, let's do this way. So we will add our to-dos database helper here. To-dos database helper. So we will add a little logger here. We'll say that we have to create some data for them. Final create to do await fake to do, then expect that create to do is true, then final get to do, excuse me, then should expect that our to-dos is not empty, then we have to create final create user await user database create user like fake user name using that, or maybe you can use fake user email, then expected create user is not null too, is not null. Yeah, so yeah, you're creating user, you can create to do with fake to do. Okay, then get to do by user ID, like doing like this one. You can do ID, it's the same thing. Then it's not empty. Then you have to finally delete user. User table database delete user create user ID. Okay, then expect that it's true, and also you have to check final. Nah, you already have, I guess, to do's wait to just create user ID, which doesn't exist anymore. You can write either a one or just create user. I guess you can use both of them. Then after that, expect that our to do's is empty, exactly empty. Let's check. All tests passed. That's good. So if I comment this, what happens? Only one test passed. So if I uncomment this, what happened? Let it be here then, yeah. That's good. So. I don't know why. It appears here, but I can't remove it. So it says that the full instance, something like this one. Let's check once again. All tests passed. So let's see, we have added some couple of tests for these two helpers, database helpers, and let's go test our features then. Because of that, we have authentication, we have midget model, we have data, we have so we will test what kind of functions do we have. So we have, can I close this? Okay. Logout. Okay. So let's go and test first of all our authentication data source, local data source, because as I said in previous video, because of that we don't have any remote database. We did not make any request to the server. We will not use, I would say, we will not use this remote database data source. We only test local data source. That's all, I guess. So we have also authentication repository, internet checker. Okay, so first of all, let's go and write specific features. Like we have we have authentication. Yeah, authentication. Okay, authentication. Authentication. We have to-dos. Features. Features should be inside. Like this one. Okay. Okay, we have BLoC folder. We have data folder. We have widgets folder. Okay, let's go inside the data and write a couple of tests here. Because of that, as I said previously, we will use Mockito, which is the Dart Teams package. There's another one, Mockito, and also called, I guess, Mocktail. Yeah, Mocktail Flutter. It's from Felix Angelov. Like the author of BLoC. BLoC concurrency. BLoC library there, yeah. So we'll write test for authentication data source test. Because of that, we already test our to-dos helper database, or maybe user database helper. Because of that, we will not use the same implementation, but we will mock them. So what is mocks, you will understand here. So that is why void main. That's all. So you have to some generate mock. I guess generate mocks. It's from import Mockito. Yeah. Generate. Let me see. It's not working. Generate mocks. I add, I guess. Yeah, it's what it is. Import Mockito annotation or something like that. Installing. Okay. We have to generate mocks, like we have to mock our authentication data source. What kind of dependencies we use? Like we use user database helper. Yeah, do we? That's all, I guess. It's all thing we need. Like this one. Then we have to Dart run, build runner. We have to use some command in order to generate this specific mocks. Either you can use Dart run, build runner, watch, or maybe build. Build will work only once, but watch will be just looking to your code. It will be observer. It will observe your code, and every time you made a change in your code, it will generate new code in your folder. So let's check. Yeah, it just added some mocks. That is in order to not add this mocks to your Git. You have to go to your git ignore, and here you have to put this one and make like this one. So it's everywhere, like git ignore will see everywhere whether you're using the extension like mocks.dart, it will not add that one. So that is why let's go. Late final mock database user database helper, mock user database helper setup. It doesn't matter whether you use setup all here because you're just mocking them. So group test, we'll say that we are testing our authentication data source. So you can write test. It should be group, excuse me, group, close others, and open data source. You have to test authentication local data source, excuse me, authentication local data source. If you are going to write, if you are using any server, in order to test this one, you will create a new file, call them authentication remote data source. And if you're using like HTTP or maybe DO, just check the documentation. There's like HTTP mock adapter for DO, I guess, HTTP mock adapter, yeah, for mocking DO. And there is HTTP package, just which contains, like you can mock them, mock this, it has from the box, I would say, all the necessary things. So we are testing our local data source. Authentication local data source, authentication local data source, and mock user database helper will be used here. Let's check. So what happened? Data source, local data source, local. So that's all. You have to test. We have to test login, which returns user model. Login method. You'll write. Then test method should return user after login. That's all. So when I call, it's from the same library from Mockito, from the Mockito. whenever you call mock user database helper create user, which you can use any, then answer. Most of the time, I would say you can use answer for asynchronous code, then answer. Like you can use then return for synchronous code. That is why, because of that, our create uses asynchronous code. Just you can use this one. And return fake user. Exactly. Okay. Then let's write this one. Fake user name, fake user email, then final login, await login, data source, login, fake user name, fake user email, synchronous code. So login user is not null yet. Then we will verify that our mock user database helper, like create login was create yeah, fake user dot name, fake user dot email was called only once. Let's check. So let's go and copy our path from here. Tests, Flutter, test. Let's see. All tests passed. Should return. So we can copy the same thing and change some places. Like I will explain. Method should return, not should return. At this time, method should throw an exception. After login, okay. Then you can use then throw. Like you can use state error maybe. Let's just throw exception. Okay, just throw exception, and you remove this one, and you have to expect that verify never you can use, because it will never called. Let's comment this one for now. Login and set that throws exception, or maybe you can use is exception. It's like is exception. Check. Throws is a exception. You can use. Oh, let's check this one once again. Let's copy this and put instead of this one, like this one. Let's check. All tests passed. Okay, verify never that our method will never call. It calls, but it throws an error, I would say. Yeah, if there is like delete, if it would be delete, it will not delete them. ID like this one. It would be never called, I would say. Yeah, we don't need this one here. So, as we wrote test for login, we have to write code for delete user. Okay, so let's go. So let's go and create test for delete user. Delete user. Method should successfully delete user. Then method should successfully delete user. Then we have to write tests. When I call mock database helper delete user, when I call this one, any ID, then answer what returns. I think returns true. Okay. Local database. Check that we are creating delete user. Fake user ID expected. Delete user completes completion is true. Then write another test which we will call should throw an error. An exception, I would say, exception after deleting user. Exception. So it doesn't complete, but it fails, I would say. Yeah. So this throws is a exception. So let's check this test here. All tests passed. There's 4 tests and all of them passed. So logout. Logout doesn't have anything, I guess. We have to just mock them, I guess. And it always returns true for now. So we will write group logout method. Then test method should successfully successfully return true after logout. Okay. Then when I call mock user database logout, I don't have any more logout here. That is why I guess that we don't need to just logout. Because of that, it returns true all the time. Just you can write that final logout await user logout fake user ID. Expect that it always returns true. Okay, let me show you something else here. Because of that, we have some kind of delayed here, deletion. Okay, some kind of deletion here. We want to we want to somehow delay. For example, your logout thing will be finished after 3 seconds. Yeah, let me check. Let me show you. This logout is true, but it takes a couple of time. For example, you may write here some 3 seconds. Yeah. Okay, look. You see that. Let me clear and run the test again. Look how many times it takes. 3 seconds in order to just finish the test. There is another thing that exists in Flutter which calls faking time. Let me show you. Fake async, I would say. Fake async Flutter. Yeah, it calls fake async for faking data. For example, your database takes a specific time, or maybe you want to test your balance, like card balance. For example, you have a specific amount of money in your card, in your wallet, maybe, yeah, the digital wallet. You have a specific amount of money there, and you want to take your balance for today and for tomorrow, maybe, I don't know, for 2 hours later. It just test. Because of that, your test will not pass if you use 2 hours, because there's a CI, some kind of rules there that sets maybe if the test doesn't pass in a specific duration, between duration like 30 minutes or 20 minutes, all the tests, it will that specific thing will be failed. That is why you have to fake your date time. Just add this test in your project. Fake async. Okay, then what should we do? It says that it calls fake async clock. It calls flock. Yeah, it calls clock. This one. Also, you have to use this one in order to fake your. This package uses the specific like date time, whatever you want. If you are using that in a release mode, this clock package, you will not like mock anything. If you want to use that clock in your tests, then you can mock your data with this package. Also, you have to add this one too. Like this one. Okay. Then you have to go to a database, data source, And here, final, you have to add the clock here, clock. Okay. So clock. So there's a clock you have to write like this, huh? Clock, otherwise clock itself. So what's happening? Like this one. So you can do like this one, delete, or what is that? Wait, or what was that? Let's go now. I guess that the clock is not necessary here because you're not getting specifically. You're waiting, yeah, you're waiting, but it's not necessary, I guess, here. Excuse me for that. For this. I thought that you can use this here, but as I see, it's for absolutely another thing. For example, if you want to make server, you want to make request to the server and get for specific duration, for specific daytime. That time, I guess, in that particular moment, for example, you can use the clock. But right now, I guess it's not necessary. Yeah, that's not necessary, I guess. Yeah. So that's all, I guess. Should successfully return, or maybe that's all. Yeah, we can mock this one right now because data source just returns true always. Because of that, we don't have any some kind of things like local, that we have only local data source. That is why that's enough. Edit. Let's remove first of all these two packages. And right, let's run our test once again. So we wrote a test for our authentication data source. Now we are going to write test for our repository. Yeah. Okay. We'll not write a lot of tests for here for this because of that we wrote specific data source test for this one. What happened? Oh. Okay. So we go and create authentication remote authentication repository. We have to write a test for this one. Repository authentication repository data source repository test void main. But now we have to mock two things here. We have to generate mocks for our authentication data source, exactly. Then for our this one internet check, we have to mock authentication data source, then internet connection checker. So look, so we have to create something. We have to create mock authentication data source, which is a remote data source will be mock remote data source. Late we have to create mock authentication data source, mock local data source. Then we have to create internet connection checker, mock internet connection checker, mock internet connection checker. That's all, I guess. So we have to set up for every test. So mock remote data source goes to mock data source, mock remote, mock authentication data source, mock local data source, mock authentication data source, then mock internet connection checker. Then we have to create late authentication. Because of that we are writing test for repository for this one. So we have to mock this one. So that is why we will write authentication repository, repository implementation. So mock remote, local internet connection. So that's all. So we'll write group authentication authentication repository. So because of that, we wrote all possible ways. There's some like normal possible ways that we will test our data source. So specific local data source. That is why for the repository we will not write a lot of code, but we actually have to write a lot of code, a lot of tests for this one. But some specific moments is like enough, I guess. But the data source is enough. But look, I want to explain you some moments here. Because of that, we don't have, as I said earlier, all the time I'm saying that we don't have any remote database. Because of that, we will mock our internet connection checker that it's always false. Because of that, we do that because it checks. Like if you go, because of that, we don't have any checkers here, but we have to write for test for to represent specific thing. So for example, let's test our login method. Login method should return user. Login method should successfully return user after login, like this one. Okay. So I guess that's enough. So what should we do? We have to, when I call mock internet connection, has access to, then it should answer me asynchronously. Sure. Now false, because of that we don't have anything. So why am I calling this one all the events? Like I have to mock them, then act, then assert. There's 3 concepts of testing, like testing, mock, act, assert. I guess it called like this one. Let's see. Arrange, act, assert. First of all, you have to arrange them, then act. When I, for example, mock local data source, when I call login fake user name fake user in mail, then answer fake user. That is why whenever I call login, await authentication repository login, like exactly same thing with this one, I expect that login is not null, like user, I mean login user, okay, is not null, okay, and I have to check whether login calls once, okay. So if I copy the test pass and write Flutter test, all tests should pass, yes, exactly same thing I wanted to. But because of that, we don't check any internet connection in the real implementation. Let's check here. I can say that I can verify that it never calls, but but in real implementation, in real project, we have to use this access into the internet. That is why let it be here like this one. So let's go write test for another method. So what kind of method we have? Repository, we have login, delete user. Delete user method should successfully delete user. So we copy this, put here, access to the false. If I delete that any ID, you have to return true. So final delete repository delete one. I expect that it should be true, and I verify that mock database, mock local database source, delete user any called once. So the only one method that we have to check, which is remains, is it's logout. So logout method should successfully log out user from device. I mean, it doesn't matter. Just it should represent, it should say what you're going to do. So we have here some couple of code here, successfully. Then we will write this one here, not delete. We have to log out any. Then we have to final check logout await authentication repository logout by 1, and it have to expect that logout is true, and logout that I called should be called only once. So clear and check our tests. Okay. Oh, so git commit amend. So copy this one once again. Okay. So we wrote a couple of tests for our data for authentication feature. We have to write tests for blocking, exactly. So. Let's go and write authentication BLoC test. So because of that, we have all necessary mock data inside like this data folder. We don't have to write mocks for BLoC because it's not necessary there. That is why we will directly use late mock local authentication data source here. the mock authentication data source. We can add our repository, authentication repository. Exactly, we can use authentication block. So we have to set up them all like this one, then this one. So authentication repository should be authentication repository implementation. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we have authentication data source like this one, authentication mock, authentication remote, okay, local. Then we have to late mock internet connection, So remote, it's for local one. So it's internet connection, mock internet connection. So we have to add the remote, local. That's all. And before finishing any test, we have to clear our BLoC too. So we have to close our BLoC. So authentication BLoC, close. Okay. Authentication BLoC. So authentication repository and exactly local. That's all. Let's create a group. So let's say that it's authentication BLoC. Authentication BLoC. Okay. Then group once again. Then it's what kind of event we want to test. Close other tabs and open the authentication BLoC. So we have login event. So test that event should successfully complete with let's see, with user, with authenticated user. Should emit authentication state like this one. It's better, I guess. So we don't have maybe you can use this thing. Yes. So we have some kind of when I call internet connection checker, which is false. When I call local, login, can I use any here? Yeah, it's too much. Then answer fake user. Okay. Then I go and do some kind of text. Authentication BLoC, add authentication event, login, name is fake user name. email. So I expect that, I expect later, especially uses for streams, some kind of things. So I expect later that authentication block stream emits in order, yeah. So what it emits, so it's first of all it emits in progress. So we'll do is a authentication in progress, then authentication state authenticated, then authenticated state. So it having or have set a state mature. You can write anything here, just explain what you're waiting for. Mature is all of, like, you can say that is not null, maybe is not null. State is state.user model, like this one. You can check that specific this user model is the description one, like, yeah, description mature is not null, and whatever you can say, just in order to test this one. So in progress state, and it authenticates. So let's go check this one too. Test. Okay, let's see. When should successfully emit authentication state, an argument mature like any was either not used. So it's better to make it like this one, I guess. Let's see. All tests passed. So after expecting this, verify that your mock local dataport login, so fake user and fake email, was called once. Let's see. Okay, then let's copy this test, all test. Event should throw an error, or maybe exception due to a server, maybe a local database error, maybe you can write. Then has access false, this login then answers with exception, and when you authenticate BLoC, expect letter in progress, then is authentication error state without having anything, like this one. Then answer, so then throw. So is everything good here? Okay, that's right. Let's go. to test pass. So let's look for something. As I explained you in the previous video, that every exception that will be handled in BLoC should be handled inside BLoC, or maybe inside BLoC observer. So it's some kind of place that catches all of the exceptions and throws, like, it should not be, like, it should be prevented from propagation, I would say. That is why always remember that if you do something like this one, your test also will not be passed, because look, error throw the stack trace. If you want to throw it to the nearest zone, it will not pass. Look, you see, it's kind of some kind of error. It will not exception. The exception will be what was handled by, like, error zone. That is why. So if you want to handle your errors, exceptions, you have to send them to your BLoC observer, and then from there you have to send them to the specific place, like central, maybe observer, Crashlytics, excuse me. So this time it should pass. The test should pass. Okay, all tests passed. And also we have to test. This initial, this login event. Let's copy this one. Should not throw, should emit initial state due to a nullable user. Okay, that's all. It's null. Then we will return then answer null. It should be authentication, but authentication initial state. So let's go and check once again. Yeah, something I did wrong here. Okay, let's think. Let's check. Does this pass or not? Okay, we wrote test for specific event here, for this event. So what else should we do? So we have to write test for logout, login, delete, for delete event. It means nothing, and it's missing nothing. So group, close this and write another test, like group delete user event. Test that will say that event should return nothing, because due the error emit, maybe error state. Okay, so we'll write some kind of test here. So we have to do something else. Should I write them all here? Maybe. Before using like this one here. Here. So let's check if that's the pass or not. Then here state, initial state will be authentication initial state, which doesn't have anything. Then if I write authentication block add delete user, so await expect later that authentication block string emits nothing. Never emits. What is this? Emit is any order any off through may emit. What is this? Emits down. Let's check. So it will not pass because of that we don't emit anything here. You better know just check that expected authentication block state is just a authentication is a authentication initial state. That's all, I guess. That is what we have to check, I guess. That's all. So, okay, we wrote test for this, so we have to check that it never emits anything, so we have to check another thing also. So should delete user. Should delete user and then should emit initial state like this one. So it should be authenticated state with fake user. So initial state is this one, delete user. So it expects later that emits in order. Will we call? So we have to check whether it's expect that our actual is this one, but it emits in auto emits either emits is the authentication initial state. Because of that we delete user, So it should be initial. So we will write like this one when I call. Let's copy this too, put here. When I call, it should return false. Then when I delete user by ID, so it should return true. So I verified that mock authentication local data source delete ID was called only once. It says, what does it say? Should emit an event actual instance of stream. It's stream. It should be stream. Excuse me. So let's go. All tests passed. So server, it should be exactly the same like this one. No, like this one. We have to copy this one. Press this one. Event should not delete. Should emit initial state due returns due to a false return value. False value. Did the false value? This one maybe. So delete user returns false. Excuse me. So it should return something. So it's the initial state is authentication state. It should emit error state to the false value. Okay, then it's authentication error state. Okay, let's check. What else do we have here? Okay, do you know what? Let's copy that delete user event. It should be exactly the same like this event, this test, because we will change some places. That's all. So it's delete. It's not delete. It's logout event. Event should logout user and then should emit initial state. Logout user should log out user, then should emit initial state. So when I call logout, it's true. So authentication logout. It's a stream that should call initial stream, then logout. It's called once. Event should emit error state to false value. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So we are calling logout. Okay. Then event should return nothing. Should emit nothing, I would say. Should emit nothing to this error state. Okay, it's initial state. Logout to the initial state. It's initial state. isn't it? So it's initial state. Let's check once again. So I'm going to just finish this video record, and I will continue this by recording another, starting with widgets, then writing another test for to-dos feature. Then I will combine this video and post this in YouTube. So see you later. Today we're going to write a couple of tests for widgets for authentication feature. So that is all. Let's begin. As we stopped in the previous video, somewhere here, that is why let's go and create some kind of widgets, testing widget. So first of all, let's run our application. Let's try to run our application, then we will write tests for authentication widget. It's not complicated. We will go through the documentation and test from there. We will take a look. What can I do with what we can do? So that is why first of all, just run our application and see what's going on there. It sometimes takes a lot of time to just build application, but it should be done as soon as possible. So it's kind of things we have. We have a widget, only authentication widget. So okay, our application run. Look. So let's write down. Okay. So what happens in our application, especially in a widget? So we have a couple of widgets, and we have to test these widgets. Okay. And testing widgets are not I would say testing widgets are not hard to test. So that is why, if you ever seen keys in Flutter, there's two types of keys, like global keys and local keys. That is why in Flutter, in order to use same element, like same state, it uses keys there. For example, keys are very useful when you want to use same widget, like it has the element, when you want to use same element in a widget tree without like removing this one. For example, you have the same instance of the same widget, but elements are not same instance. That is why they're not same. Elements are not same, but widgets are same. In order to not differentiate the differences between two widgets, you can create keys. But in our situation, there is I would say a moment that we can use keys in order to find specific widget in a widget tree. So that is why, in order to write tests to find specific widget, we can do something like this one. Like, first of all, let's go and create our file for testing. let's test. First of all, let's test. Just found the authentication title. Okay, authentication. We have to just find authentication title in our screen. That's all we have to do. So that is why. What should we do? We have to somehow create a test, some kind of test helper that will load our widget. In order to do that, we have some kind of test widget. Test widgets. And we write our description that find authentication title from widget. So first of all, we have to somehow pump our widget. In order to pump this whole widget, we have to create some kind of testable material app. So what should we do? What can we do, I would say? Let's go to the documentation somewhere here in a GitHub. Let's take a look, because I do not remember what should we do there. I will put some repository, some kind of links down below in the description so you can find them. Where's that thing? So I guess that we can find it from here. Let's go from somewhere here. Okay, so let's go and create the helpers here in the test folder. And test widget control, we have to create the test widget control test. Okay, so it's kind of like this one, test widget controller, final test widget tester. So we have to pass this widget controller, and then we have to go future somehow void pump widget child we have to pass, then a boolean like dependency container, dependencies, and boolean wrapped with material app. By default it's true. Material app. So what should we do? If dependencies not null, we can do somehow like this one. Child is equal to dependencies scope, which is dependencies child. So we have to check if wrapped with material child is equal material app home child. So like something like this one. Then return our child. our tester pump widget child. I guess like something like this one. So take a look. Let's take a look. The widget routed material dependencies. If route material. That's right. It should be below the material because dependency scope should be above the material and should take the whole scope of the material. That is why we have to put them there. So then everything is pretty good, like this one. Like I will put this link down below in the description so you can find it in the end. So let's go and find. So find authentication title from widget. But this is like this one. So what we can do, synchronous. We have to first of all pump our widget, await test widget controller. You know what? We have to go and make this one private, so we don't have access to this tester from here. Pump widget child. Our child is authentication widget. Okay, let's take this one. So look. So because of that we have authentication BLoC here, and we get that upon the authentication BLoC from the dependency scope. So if I run this, like find final, find title, find dot text, yeah, okay, text, we are going to find authentication text, for example, okay, and accept that our find title finds one widget. So look, if I run this test, if we throw an error, because of that we have dependency scope in its state, and we don't have any dependencies right now. That is why we have to create authentication dependencies for this, and then connect our dependencies to test widget controller. So look, if I run this, okay, we have to run this to the core terminal. So terminal, see this to the projects. What project is to do? YouTube. To do YouTube. Flutter test. Flutter test. What was that? Test. Test. C. Features. Authentication. Featured. Authentication. Dot. So, yeah. The test description was like find authentication widget. Look, no dependency scope found in context. Because of that, when we are pumping this our widget, it's running in its state. So there's no dependency scope. So that is why in order to create dependency scope, let's go. We have to create I would say dependency for this one. As you remember, we are created a dependency container, and I said that in the previous video. This kind of test dependency container will be used only for testings. So that is why let's go final class authentication test dependency container test, which extends from test dependency container. It will not throw any error. So that is why let's go and create our dependency container test, and set up all. We have to set up our dependency container application, this one. So in order, when we pump up a widget with our dependency, here, dependencies here, so what it happens here, everything should work, but because of that dependency container also is searching for authentication BLoC, our test will throw error. So take a look. You see, it says that instance of authentication dependency container test, try calling authentication BLoC. So there is no any BLoC there. That is why it's throwing error. Class authentication dependent has no instance getter authentication BLoC. So that is why we have to create authentication BLoC here, like this one. Final authentication BLoC, and we have to pass this authentication BLoC. Okay. Then in a getter there is a authentication BLoC. Yes, we have to use this one. So it will say us that you are in an error. That is why we have to create authentication BLoC. So in authentication BLoC, because of that, we already created our necessary things like data, all necessary things. So what we can do, authentication BLoC, we have to pass our repository. So how we can pass our repository? We already have our necessary things. Authentication repository implementation. So we take our implementation. From mocked variables like final authentication, mock authentication data source. Okay, authentication data source, but it's a remote data source, it's local data source. And then late, let's name it late. So like this one. So we are taking these mocked things from this data. We are not just generating mocks again. So we are using the same mocked authentication data source from this folder, and that's all. We should pass our dependency of authentication BLoC here in dependency container test. So let's run our test again. Let's see. All tests passed. So that's all. So we are finding authentication title from here. So let me explain you once again what's happening here. when we are pumping our widget, we are saying to the Flutter, to the test package, that we want to test our authentication widget, and it works exactly the same as our, like we run our widget. So it runs init state, this pose, maybe everything necessary. So that is why excuse me. So whenever you pump this widget, authentication block will work here. So init set work, and it checks the dependency scope from this position, and it never finds, because of that we're just pumping our authentication. So whenever we create dependency from this one, so test dependency container is something like has no such a method in order to remove errors. Because of this says that you have to override for missing dependencies. So we don't want this one, because it will use for testing. Because of that, it will use for testing. That is why we will write no such method. So because we don't want to get errors in this authentication dependency container. It will not say us that you have to implement all of those necessary dependencies. We won't only use the authentication block, and that's all. We don't want to get access to the other ones. Excuse me. So our widget starts like we are initiating our necessary dependencies and passing our authentication block in dependency container, and pumping our widget so it finds necessary dependency scope. Because of that, we are using dependencies. If we go inside this widget, it's using material app dependency scope. So it's finding dependency scope from the scope, initiating our authentication block, and that's all. Everything is working fine. So another test should be, we have to fill our name controllers and email controller and click the login button. Click the login button, we have to position that thing. And what should we do? We have to find authenticated text whenever we click a login here. So that is why let's go right test widgets, finding authentication title while user clicks on login button. So in order to click this to the specific login button, something like that is why, as I said previously, we have to use keys in order to find our widget quickly. You can use by type, you can find buttons and whatever widget you want by types, but usually there's a couple of same widgets. That is why you can't find two widgets, and you can use you can find two widgets by type, but you can use the specific one. You have to do a lot of things in order to do that. So that is why we'll use key, value key, which is string. Okay. Login button. So we are finding that. So we can find that. Then in this text content field, we have the key. Use the key name text field. that's all, I guess. So let's find our widget first of all. We are trying to find our widget by key. So in order to find your widgets by key in your testers, you can use this one. It's the name, yes. We are finding our necessary widgets, so that is why, remember, it's not complicated. So let's check. All passed. All tests passed. That's good. So finding authentication data when user clicks on login button. So look, we have to tap, await, tester, pump, not pump. We have to tap on widget. Our widget is find login button. Just the login button. It's better, I guess. Email, text field, name, text field. I guess it's better to name them. So when you pump this, you have to expect that authentication title find by text, or just the text to find authenticated. This one we have to authenticated title. So let's start our test. We'll see what happens. Nah, okay. So that is why. That is a animation, I guess. Tester, pump, and settle. Let's use this one. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I understood. So that is why we have to somehow mock them when we call authentication. When we call authentication internet checker, so has access to this internet. Let's say that we don't have any access to the internet because of that we don't have any remote server for a while, for now. So we have to call mock local data source. What is that? Authentication local data source. Okay. So login any then answer that fake user. So let's check with this one then. What it says now. Okay. So this is our any fake user dot name fake user dot email. Then we have to, you know what to do. We have to wait. Let's check. Let's check. Find text, something like. Let me check. What is the tester? Or maybe tester. Yeah, this one. Edit or something. Let me check it out. Introduction. There is a enter text to the name text user controller fake user dot name then tester enter text like do the same, something like this one. For the email text we have to add fake user dot email. Let's check this one then. the solution here. Grab this all and put them inside. Sync. I guess that we don't need any this kind of thing here. So, okay, that's good. This is all tests that I want to write for specific authentication widget, because there's nothing to test. There's not anything, there is nothing to test anymore, because there is why only a couple of tests exist there to find, to do something. So that is why. So that's all, I guess. So we have added test widget controller with authentication widget tests. So let's go and create another feature to do and write tests for this feature. For this feature, especially like data, we have BLoC, and we have widgets. So close this one and let's write tests for this data repository, for the data source. So okay, because of that we already wrote a test for database helper here. Excuse me, here for database helper we already have written a test for this one, so that is why we don't have to need to write test for database helper. That is why we will use only mocked data for them. So that is why let's go into introduce data source test. Let's write test for this one. Okay, well, let's add generate mocks. What are we going to mock? Like this one, database helper. That's natural. Okay, so then let's run our code generator one.